Test 1 2. Check. Yeah. All right. Check. Yeah. Hello. Say. Yeah. Oh. Check. Yeah.
Check microphone 1 2. Check microphone 1 2.
Part 1. Part 1. The mountain gorillas used to be one of the most critically endangered species. The mountain gorillas
surface, we extract life-sustaining energy, and above it,
becoming a Chapter 19. Farewell to Mubare's legendary
surface, we extract life-sustaining energy, and above it, life blooms, wild, delicate, and deeply rooted in the land we share. At Total Energies EP Uganda, we believe development and nature must go hand in hand. That's why we act to protect ecosystems, to engage communities, and to preserve biodiversity for future generations. Because true progress isn't just measured in barrels, but in balance between energy and environment, people and planet. Total Energies EP Uganda, acting for sustainability. Beneath the surface, we extract life-sustaining energy, and above it, life blooms, wild, delicate, and deeply rooted in the land we share. At Total Energies EP Uganda, we believe development and nature must go hand in hand. That's why we act to protect ecosystems, to engage communities, and to preserve biodiversity for future generations. Because true progress isn't just measured in barrels, but in balance between energy and environment, people and planet. Total Energies EP Uganda, acting for sustainability. surface, we extract life-sustaining energy, and above it, life blooms, wild, delicate, and deeply rooted in the land we share. At Total Energies EP Uganda, we believe development and nature must go hand in hand. That's why we act to protect ecosystems, to engage communities, and to preserve biodiversity for future generations. Because true progress isn't just measured in barrels, but in balance between energy and environment, people and planet. Total Energies EP Uganda, acting for sustainability. surface, we extract life-sustaining energy, and above it, life blooms, wild, delicate, and deeply rooted in the land we share. At Total Energies EP Uganda, we believe development and nature must go hand in hand. That's why we act to protect ecosystems, to engage communities, and to preserve biodiversity for future generations. Because true progress isn't just measured in barrels, but in balance between energy and environment, people and planet. Total Energies EP Uganda, acting for sustainability.
All of this. A good evening to you, our guests. Thank you so much for making it here on time. We are going to start at 5, so we still have some time on our hands. And because we still have some time on our hands, if you'd like to take pictures with our author for the day, she's currently standing in the picture frame. So please, you can walk to the picture frame and take a picture with her. But in the meantime, please enjoy the cocktail and some of the eats that are passing around. Thank you so much. A good evening, ladies and gentlemen. What you've been listening to are the unmistakable sounds of the Bwindi Impenetrable, which is the home of Uganda's mountain gorilla. My name is Raymond Mujini. I am your host for today. I have a very simple job here today to try and get us through our program. And I want to ask you, since we're all guests of Dr. Gladys Kalema Zikusoka, to a round of applause for her for giving us a book and now giving us the audio version of that book. And we've since been joined by our chief guest for the day, the Ambassador Jan Sadek, who is the ambassador of the EU to Uganda and the head of the EU delegation, and his partner. Thank you so much for making it this far. And out of a great abundance of caution, I will not do any other protocol work because I'll mess it up. And some people are more important or less important than others, but we're all guests of Dr. Gladys Zikusoka Kalema today. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you will please stand with me, and we have our national anthem, followed by the Buganda anthem and a prayer from Auntie Joy. Thank you.
Let's humble ourselves and we pray. Lord God, we thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for the friends and the family in this room. We thank you for all the writers, the many writers and authors who are here. We thank you for all the people who love nature and who love gorillas. And even as we are going to have this function, we pray, Lord, that you will bless it in a very special way. We bring Gladys, we bring Lawrence before you for all the work they have done in the forest. And we pray, Lord, that the function is going to be smooth and successful. We pray all this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you so much, Auntie Joy. We can please take our seats now. You'll allow me invite our host for the day, Mr. Jean-Pierre, who is the GM for the Sheraton Hotel, to give us our welcome remarks and welcome us to the Sheraton officially.
Jean-Pierre is not here, but Jean-Philippe is here, not Jean-Pierre. A very good evening, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Just a few appreciations before I address a few words. First of all, to the hero of the day, or the hero of Uganda, Dr. Gladys Kalema Zikuzoka, and her husband, Lawrence, which are the reason we are here. And we are so proud of you. Uganda is so proud, and we are very happy to be here to support and continue the support. That's very important for Uganda, for tourism, so you can count with all of us. I speak on behalf of everyone here. So I'd like to appreciate our guest of honor, the ambassador of EU in Uganda, Jan Sadek, and his spouse. Thank you for being here. I am not very sure if you have other diplomats, corps around. From the US Embassy, please, if there is anyone. From the Embassy of Denmark. From the Embassy of Italy. Embassy of Japan. Embassy of South Korea. Embassy of France. The British High Commissioner, she was supposed to be here, but she was excused. They had an emergency. And the Embassy of Germany, I believe the new ambassador is still not in place. Now from our dear tourism sector, we have here some of the tenors. Madame Yogi Birigwa, the president of UTA, thank you so much for being here. We have the former CEO of UTB and today presidential advisor for tourism, Madame Lilia Jarova. And Madame Lili is another conservationist because she dedicated a lot of her life to the chimpanzee cause, Nyamba Island. So it's good to have many people here that are representing also this very important sector. That is the nature preservation and the different species. She's a legend in tourism. She's the Ministry of Tourism of the Toro Kingdom and the head of Let's Go Travel. And now she's a big entrepreneur in coffee in cocoa, and her chocolates are delicious, very high quality. Madame Joan Kintu. Thank you. From UTB, I know unfortunately Juliana Kagwa could not be here, but she's coming. But we have a representative. Thank you. We have, of course, from the entity headed by Dr. Kalema, CTPH, several board members, including Madame Winnie Lawoko. Madame Winnie Lawoko was the employee number 2 at Sheraton Kampala Hotel. and she held the position of Director of Sales and Marketing for many years. And she's our great friend and supporter. Thank you for being here. From Uganda Wildlife Authority, is there anyone? But I know that Professor Kalema, you are here, and you are a legend, and you are the brother. Is your brother correct, Dr. Kalema? Professor? Huh?
He is my brother. Dr. William Kalema, the other professors
Ah, pleased to have you here. And all the Kalema family who is here present. Thank your sister, yes. So many familiar faces. And of course, we thank the media, influencers that are here present, here supporting us. So, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to Sheraton Kampala for what is truly a very special evening. Tonight we gather to celebrate the launch of Walking with Gorillas, the Audible book by one of Uganda's most inspiring conservationists, Dr. Gladys Kalema Zipuzoka. Dr. Gladys, on behalf of everyone at Sheraton Kampala, allow me to extend our warmest congratulations, not only on the launch of this remarkable audiobook, but also on being recognized as a CNN hero. This prestigious honor is a fitting tribute to your unwavering dedication to protecting Uganda's mountain gorillas while improving the lives of the communities that live along them. Your work has inspired people around the world, and we are honored that Sheraton Kampala has the privilege of hosting this important milestone. I like to highlight also here that the fact that we are having an Audible book is showing that you are at the tip of the new technologies, that we are looking into our new generations that definitely prefer to listen than to read. But it's a very good thing. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as a hotel, we believe hospitality is about much more than providing a comfortable stay. It is about creating memorable experiences. It is about celebrating Uganda's culture, its people, and its extraordinary natural heritage. And it is about ensuring that future generations inherit these treasures for years to come. Few symbols represent Uganda more powerfully than the mountain gorilla. I hope that most of you had that fantastic experience of being there in Windy Forest or in other locations where the gorillas are. I did this experience a few months after moving to Uganda, and it was really an experience in a lifetime. It was very, very touchy because of that proximity this animal has with us, human being. Their survival depends on all of us. That is why Sheraton Kampala is proud to partner with Conservation Through Public Health, and I will now shorten to CTPH, to protect mountain gorillas while supporting the communities that live alongside them. This commitment is also part of Marriott International Serve 360 platform. As you know, Sheraton brand is under Marriott International. And we have Serve 360, our program, which is into the sustainability, supporting communities, and other initiatives. Our global sustainability and social impact program would encourage every Marriott property to create a positive and lasting impact on the communities and environments in which we operate. Tonight's launch is one of way we are bringing that commitment to life here in Uganda. Today's Audible book is another powerful way of telling that story. But we also ask ourselves a simple question. How do we ensure the conservation doesn't end tonight? How do we keep people talking about mountain gorillas tomorrow, next month, and for years to come? The answer arrived in a rather unexpected way. Apparently, he came to Sheraton for the audiobook launch and decided he wasn't leaving. Over the past few weeks, our associates have discovered him exploring the hotel, sampling a few too many cakes at Temptation Cake Shop, trying to work out in our health club, testing the temperature of our swimming pool, and generally causing just enough mischief to keep everyone smiling. If you saw this past days our media campaign in our social platforms, I will reveal who is he, but you have a guess. It's been very intriguing, huh? And generally causing just enough mischief to keep everyone smiling. I think it's only fair that we share some of the evidence with you this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the screen. So we're going to have, So this is Zongo. Welcome, Zongo. Please, let's applaud Zongo a little bit more. I think you all agree that life at Sheraton has become considerably more interesting with Zongo. Zongo is much more than a mascot. He is a symbol of our commitment to conservation. A gentle reminder that Uganda is home to one of the world's most extraordinary animals, and that each of us has a role to play in protecting them. In the months ahead, while our full-size Zongo will make special appearances, you'll begin to see his smaller replica throughout our hotel, in our communication, and across many guest experiences. He will become a lasting reminder of the conservation story we are proud to support. I'm also delighted to announce that the launch of the official Zongo collectible series, which will be available exclusively at Sheraton Kampala. These special collectibles are much more than souvenirs. They represent hope, they represent conservation. And most importantly, 60% of the proceeds from every Zongo collectible sold will be donated to CTPH to support mountain gorilla conservation. So every Zongo taken home will help protect the real gorillas that inspired him. It is our hope that every guest who visits Sheraton Kampala will leave with more than wonderful memories. We hope that they leave with a greater appreciation for Uganda's incredible wildlife and the people working tirelessly to protect it. Before I invite you to enjoy the rest of this wonderful evening, I'd like to leave you with one final surprise. As many of you have heard, there has been a rather unusual guest causing a little mischief around Sheraton over the past few weeks. I think the script here, I missed something. So I am supposed, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me the great pleasure to introduce the newest member of Sheraton Kampala family, Zongo. The doors were supposed to open, but he entered first. It's very difficult actually to control him. Following the reveal, we invite you to meet Zongo, take photographs with him, and discover the official Zongo collectible series at the entrance of this room, knowing that every collectible purchase contributes directly to the important conservation work of CTPH. We have also the books of Dr. Kalema that are exposed there and can be also acquired. Dr. Gladys, I'm just closing. Huh? Thank you for reminding us that stories have the power to inspire action. Through Marriott Serve 360 commitment and our partnership with CTPH, we hope that every guest who meets Zongo listens to your remarkable story or takes home a Zongo collectible will also become an ambassador for one of Uganda's greatest natural treasures. Congratulations once again on this remarkable achievement. Thank you for joining us this evening. Please enjoy the rest of your evening and don't be surprised if you happen to see Zongo wandering around the hotel. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Have an excellent evening. So MC, at least you gave me a name. I don't know your name. You didn't introduce Raymond. Raymond, you are welcome to come back. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let us give him a bigger round of applause. I was wondering at what time we're going to address the mountain gorilla in the room, but I think we have already addressed it now. And that's the closest I think I've gotten to one without a face mask on. I think Dr. Gladys will advise us how to deal with Zongo moving forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to turn your eyes to the screen, something I'm going to be doing a lot of this evening. And we're going to watch a very short BBC interview. And after that, we will have a conversation between the Honorable Matthew Richikaye and our author.
This forest is one of the few places on Earth that you can find a rare but remarkable animal, the mountain gorilla. Trekking through windy, impenetrable forest in southwest Uganda, it's not long before we come across a gorilla family. This is one of just over 1,000 mountain gorillas in the world, and it's a silverback. You can see from its back. It's got a family of about 7, and it's quite comfortable around people. Mountain gorillas are only found in the forests of Uganda, Rwanda, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. They are so similar to humans that they share 98% of our DNA, which is one reason why they've become so vulnerable. Now, the reason why we have to wear these masks is because gorillas can get some of the diseases that we are carrying, even anything as simple as a common flu. So this is a way of protecting them. Despite threats such as diseases, habitat loss, and poaching, there is some good news. Gorilla numbers are now rising. That's partly due to the work of one conservationist.
They're so similar to us, and yet they're so gentle and accommodating. They're really gentle giants. At the same time, they're so vulnerable. There's so many similarities to us that we have an ethical obligation to protect them.
And the way she tries to protect them is to make sure the people who live nearby are also looked after. Some farmers used to hunt for meat in the forest because food was scarce, but gorillas could get injured and killed in traps that they laid. So Gladys looked for ways to boost people's income.
And here's what's really making a difference here. Coffee. Beans like this mean that people can now turn away from poaching and instead embrace farming.
Elifaz used to be a poacher, but now he's been helped to develop his crop, and his beans are now marketed as Gorilla Conservation Coffee.
When I sell my coffee, I benefit a lot. I can pay school fees for my children and provide for my family. I also employ laborers from the local community. Overall, our lives have been transformed.
And we do teach them to do sustainable agriculture, so they have to cultivate the land properly and make sure that they can grow a lot on a small plot of land. And so all of this is to make them self-sufficient so that they're less dependent on the forest to meet their basic needs. And also don't pick up diseases from poaching animals or give diseases to the gorillas.
Another way Dr. Gladys's charity helps is to look after local people's welfare. Health workers like Alan visit houses in the area to check on sanitation and give out advice on good hygiene.
When I visit, I look at the drying rack, the drinking water, the waste management, the animal shelter, and generally the areas where the person lives.
Why is it important for homes to be clean and healthy? What difference does that make for the environment?
It helps to create harmony between animals and the community and prevents the spread of diseases. This ensures that both communities and animals remain healthy and reduces the risk of disease transmission between them.
It's only a drill, but this is the Human Gorilla Resolution Team in action. Their job is to safely chase away gorillas when they stray onto farmland. It's designed to reduce conflict with farmers.
If we don't guide them back and leave them to destroy people's crops, people may injure them and they can end up dying.
The results of initiatives like these is that gorillas are more healthy. Local people also have a better understanding of how important the gorillas are, not just for the environment, but also the money they bring into the local economy through tourism.
The gorillas are picking up less diseases from people that cause diarrhea and things like that. And people care much more about the wildlife. They're much more tolerant to gorillas if they go on their land. They are much more willing to protect the gorillas. And we find that they're poaching less because they have alternative livelihoods. They have food security. Some of them are coffee farmers. Some of them plant tea. Some of them have food crop gardens. So there's less need for them to enter the forest to poach.
Whilst there are still only just over 1,000 mountain gorillas, the recent increase in numbers mean they have been taken off the critically endangered list, and there is hope that those numbers are just going to increase. Myra Anubi, BBC News, windy, impenetrable forest.
All right. Now I have the honor of inviting the Honorable Matthew Richikayo to the front. The Honorable Matthew Richikayo, of course, needs no introduction. He is a former minister, former legislator. Perhaps the most important is that he's an author, and his book, 70 Years a Witness, documents Uganda's history. And I'll also invite Dr. Gladys Kalema-Zikusoka, who will be in conversation with him. And that will be for the next 10 to 15 minutes. So the floor is now with you, Honorable Matthew. Thank you.
After she has come. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Gladys.
Thank you so much.
The platform here. Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. My role is very simple. Is ask a couple of questions to Dr. Gladys Kalema-Zikusoka. My questions have been written out, and I'll be reading them on your behalf. But before I do that, I have just 1 or 2 points to make. One, Uganda has been ranked over the last many years as one of the most attractive tourist destinations in the whole world. And the main attraction has been because of the gorillas. Gladys has spent the last several years and has made a tremendous impact on saving, protecting, making it possible for people to understand the connection between these gorillas, as has been shown to us today, and the people. So she has played a tremendous role in this area, and we thank you very much for that. Secondly, and lastly, is that several years ago, somebody called who is known to you as Professor Mathari, who can you Wangari, was honored with the honor of a Nobel Peace Prize because of her role in protecting the environment, particularly in the area of vegetation and tree planting. And she truly earned that honor. As I have looked at the development of Gladys here, and I'm an interested party, I'm also a writer, and I have read her book more than once. I believe that she's on the roll to making an impact globally. Already she's made it, but she's going to make a bigger impact. And I believe that she will be entitled at some point in time to be considered for qualifying to get a Nobel Peace Prize for protecting animals, not only just in Uganda, but for the whole world. So I want to thank you for that, Madam. And if the opportunity arises, I don't know how it is done, I can assure you'll be one of those who will be submitting your name for consideration for that honor. Thank you. Now, question time on your behalf. In working with gorillas, you describe how conservation has changed throughout your journey, from your early days as Uganda's first wildlife veterinarian to the more integrated One Health approach. After seeing that evolution firsthand, what is the most important lesson about conservation that you believe today's generation must not forget? Should I leave you to answer that one, or should I follow it up with the second one?
I'll answer that one first.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much, Honorable Matthew Chikaire, for all the great achievements you've done in Uganda, and also writing. It's so important for us to write. Ugandans, we don't often write our stories, but you've set a very good example. And I'm glad you enjoyed reading Walking with Gorillas, because you came to the first book launch in 2023. I would say that when I first started working with the mountain gorillas and all wildlife, setting up the wildlife club in Chibuli Secondary School and all the other thing, setting up the wildlife club at Chibuli Secondary, and realizing when I went there that there was very little wildlife and we needed to protect it because the elephants had gone to DRC. They felt safer there. We didn't find any lions or leopards. They told us that we could even walk in the park. That time I was in S6 in Chibuli Secondary. I felt a bit depressed. I thought I'd come to the national park and see lots of wildlife, but there was very little. So I had always grown up with so many pets at home, and I thought, why don't I become a vet who brings back the wildlife? And while I was working in the Wildlife Authority, I managed to get that job. I found out I was very much into the animals. We have to protect the animals from the poachers, and that was the thinking at the time. It was all about fences and fines, protecting the animals from the poachers. But very early on in my career, as a first vet for the Uganda Wildlife Authority, the gorillas got sick, and they got sick from people living around the park. So I realized that these people who go in to poach actually have a lot of issues. They also have very little health care. And if we don't protect them and we don't improve their health, the gorillas will always be compromised, and so will the rest of the wildlife. And then it took me a while to really start understanding why it's so important to engage communities. But in my last year at UA, everybody turned to me, being the only vet in the organization at the time, and said, we want you to hold health education workshops with the local community, because the only person with some public health training. When we met with the communities, they actually told us they don't want to make the gorillas sick, they're benefiting from them, but they want health services to be brought closer. They wanted to strengthen the human gorilla conflict team that you saw on the video that has gorillas back when they come out, with simple things like raincoats and gumboots and food rations. And they also wanted to continually have health education. And we did it together with the sub-county health assistant and community conservation warden and ranger. And so that made me realize you can't really look after the gorillas without improving the health and well-being of their human neighbors. And conservation has changed. In the 50s, when the national parks were created, people were not allowed in the park. It was just about, you have to shoot poachers, and it was only about law enforcement. But in the 90s, the early 90s,
the Ghana National Parks realized that if we don't engage communities, we will never stop having to shoot people or keep people out of the park. And so community conservation began. And the Community Conservation Department began with Dr. Arthur Mugisha and under Professor Eric Edroma. And that's the time that I joined UA. So it was a tiny little department with only one staff, Dr. Arthur Mugisha. He was a lone ranger, supported by Mark Enfood from African Wildlife Foundation. But now, as I speak now, the UA has a big community conservation department, and I'm glad that the UA ED is here, James Musinguzi. He can tell us all about it. And I've seen it growing in my time. And so now we realize that conservation has changed. You can't carry out conservation without working with the local communities. They should be the ones to lead the conservation efforts. And when we set up conservation through public health, progressively they are the ones leading all the efforts, changing their own communities.
Thank you very much. You want to continue or should I?
It's now
read?
you can read.
Okay, thank you very much, Gladys, for that comprehensive answer given in a very short time. The second question is, your work demonstrates that conservation is not only about protecting wildlife, but also about creating a future where people and wildlife can live together. Looking back at the journey described in Walking with Gorillas, what gives you the greatest hope for the future of conservation, and what concerns you most? After you answered that, I would like you just comment on, I just wanted to know whether that gorilla called Ruhondeza is still alive. Ruhondeza is one of the gorillas whom she describes in her book. Ruhondeza in our language, or in the language of the people, means somebody who sleeps too much. So this particular gorilla, as described in the book, was a big sleeper, and therefore the locals called him Ruhondeza. So I'm asking Gladys to tell us whether Ruhondeza is still alive.
Yes. Okay. After.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll start off by telling you about Ruhondeza.
Yes, Ruhondeza.
Okay.
Yes.
Ruhondeza. Yes, Ruhondeza was one of the first gorillas I got to know, even when I was a vet student, before I started working at UA, because that time there were only 2 gorilla groups habituated for tourism. Ruhondeza's group, it's called the Mubare group, and Mugurusi's group, which was Katendejere. As you can see, Mugurusi was called Mugurusi because...
Mugurusi is the old man. And the Ruhondeza is the one who sleeps too much. Okay.
Exactly. So Mugurusi was very old when they habituated them. They called him old man. And actually, within a few months of working at UA, he died. Right. And I did a post-mortem on him. And it was put in a new vision. Yes. I remember some of my cousins here, Florence Chiwana, because she's a Munyankole, said, old man has died, and everybody was so concerned. Because then people realized actually gorillas are important enough that even if they die, it can be put in a new vision. But Ruhondeza lived. The reason why Ruhondeza was called, he slept a lot. Ruhondeza had many females. He had 6 females to himself. And they kept him busy, and he slept a lot. Whereas Katendejere group had 1 female, and they were always fighting each other. And so they ended up splitting up. Some went to Congo, they never came back. And that's even the group that got the scabies. So Ruhondeza, as tiny as he treated the women well. They stuck with him, because with gorillas, it's the females who decide which group to go to. When they have a fight, the females decide to stay or to go to the next group. So that's why he was called Ruhondeza. But sadly, when he got quite old, he couldn't keep up with the group in 2012. And the warden called me and said, maybe you need to translocate Ruhondeza because he's now settling in community land. But when we went to check on Ruhondeza with our team at Conservation Through Public Health, actually Lawrence accompanied me and some other staff, he was so comfortable in the communities. And we thought, even if we take him away, he's going to come back again. because he felt so comfortable. He doesn't have to fight for territory. It's even the community members who told us where he was. So we educated them to tolerate him taking a banana plant or something once in a while, and they did. So he died a few months later, and everybody came to pay their last respects when he died. But it showed how far conservation had gone. Communities were no longer fighting against the wildlife or resentful. They were now protecting because they saw how Ruhendeza had changed their lives. Yes. So the question that you asked about what gives me hope and what makes me, I think what gives me hope is Ugandans. I mean, when we started out working in the park, there were very few of us who really cared about wildlife that much. I remember in the Wildlife Authority, it wasn't the best place to work. Salaries were very low. Some of us, sometimes we wouldn't get paid for 2 or 3 months. Lily Acharova, who's there, can be a witness. We started around the same time. So it was a difficult time. And everybody used to think, hey, why do you like wildlife so much? But now, as I speak, everyone understands the value of the gorilla. The 50,000 shilling note has a gorilla on it. And there's a general appreciation in the general public that mountain gorillas or wildlife is important. That gives me hope. But also the local communities, instead of, they used to, at one point, like the Batwa, who had to leave the park when it became a national park. They had to be taken out.
Batwa are pygmies.
Yes, the Batwa. One time we had a workshop with them, and they were like, we want to go and visit the gorillas as tourists. So they realize the gorillas are changing their lives. When tourists come, they support them, and they found that they want to also now visit them as tourists, and they're appreciating them so much. So the community of Bwindi feels that they can't live without the gorillas. That gives me a lot of hope. And there's the next generation are really caring about wildlife. You're going to get to hear from a young lady called Talia, who's over here. She's a champion of wildlife and planted many trees. She'll tell you all about herself. I'm also here with our son, Tendo. Please stand up. Tendo's been going to the gorillas since he was 2 months old, but not seeing them, but just traveling that road to Bwindi. He only got to finally see them when he turned 15. And he can tell you how he really enjoyed it. He's grown up with the Bwindi community. He has so many friends there. And so the next generation, he wrote an article in New Vision, and his older brother Indigo wrote an award-winning book. He's an author too, called Zookeeper for a Week. So it shows that children are getting more and more engaged in conservation, and that gives me a lot of hope.
Thank you. Lovely. Now, Mr. Master of Ceremonies, is there time for questions or? There's no time for questions.
And I was going to say what concerns me. I forgot to say that. Well, there's climate change.
Yes.
And the very high human population growth. So in Uganda, we have to do something about people having manageable family sizes. Because as long as families are growing and there's no space to grow, they'll eventually enter the habitat of the wildlife. So that's something that we need to be concerned about. And that's why we also promote family planning in the communities that we work with.
Thank you very much. Well, on your behalf, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express our gratitude to Gladys for the very clear explanation he has given to the questions which I have put before her on your behalf. I want to thank Mr. Ziksoka for spending a bit of time, a lot of time actually with her, because each time I see them in the field, I find that you are with her, and therefore you've given her all the support that is required. I've enjoyed, even though I don't see her very often, I've enjoyed really following what you are doing and sometimes talking to you. Her mother, the late Mrs. Karema, treated me as her young brother. Therefore, I treat your wife as my daughter. But William here, William is there, who is the elder brother of Gladys. I don't treat him as my son, I treat him as my young brother. Because we have really worked together both abroad and in politics here and in so many other things. So thanks very much for giving Gladys all the support you have given her, and I appeal to the rest of you to continue supporting her, and we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much. And yes, we want to have a moment of silence for Mama, because she would have been here with us.
Just as we stand here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
A bigger round of applause for Honorable Matthew. Conversation with him and Dr. Gladys was so engaging. When he mentioned that Dr. Gladys deserves a Nobel Peace Prize, I know there's a Swedish diplomat in the room who also doubles as the EU ambassador, and I know there are many professors in the room. So please, can we do something about that? We still have now until November to make submissions for her. Not to despair if you had questions. We still have many more segments within which people are going to be speaking with Dr. Gladys separately. And so if you have any questions, you can approach Jackie Asimwe and sidebar her now, or approach Mrs. Lilia Jarova, because those will also be in conversation. And then much later, Talia and Tendo will also be in conversation with Dr. Gladys. But it gives me great honor and pleasure now to invite our chief guest for the day, the ambassador of the EU, Jan Sadek. Jan will give us his remarks and also help us launch the audiobook. Thank you so much. And also speak about the Nobel Prize.
Is it this one? Yeah, I just took a big spoon of peanuts here now, so let's see how this goes. Thank you very much, Raymond Mujuni, and perhaps a big round of applause for our great moderator here today. He's a very busy man. I think it's the 4th time we are at the same event this week. And wow, I thought I was on my way to Sheraton. I entered Sheraton, but then suddenly I was in the jungle somehow. I don't know how that came about. The colors, the sounds, everything, even a live gorilla here. I think we have to ask the general manager, how is this possible? But I understand the gorilla is now one of your staff members, so that's good. We will see him more around. I was asked about the Nobel Peace Prize, and just to make it a little bit easier for myself, I can inform this audience that it's actually the Norwegian government that happens to decide about the Peace Prize. All the others are decided about in Stockholm in Sweden. But anyway, I share that ambition. So let's all of you nominate Dr. Gladys to this. Dr. Gladys Kgalema-Zikusoka, your husband Lawrence, and your entire family. I understand this is also a family event. I will not try to understand exactly who is who. It seems very complicated. But I greet all of you here and all the honorables here, board members, various stakeholders from conservation and wildlife area, media representatives, and our dear host, Sheraton Hotel General Manager Jean-Philippe. It's a great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, for me to be here to celebrate Dr. Gladys and the launch of the audiobook of Walking with Gorillas, the journey of an African wildlife veterinary. I must say that an afternoon like this, bringing together conservation, an audiobook, a disco, apparently, according to the invitation, and cocktails, is rather difficult to classify. But perhaps that is entirely appropriate for Dr. Gladys, whose life's work has been about connecting things that we once thought belonged in separate worlds. And there is something particularly fitting about this audiobook. Many of us already know the book itself, but now we can hear this remarkable story in Gladys's own voice. And when a book is as personal as this one, the voice of the person who actually lived the story adds something very special. Because Walking with Gorillas is not simply a book about gorillas. It is the story of a young Ugandan woman who became Uganda's first wildlife veterinarian. An applause, thanks, Lawrence. And who gradually came to understand something that today sounds obvious, but at the time was quite revolutionary, and you just told us about it. You cannot protect the health of gorillas without also caring about the health and well-being of the people who live beside them. That is wisdom, I think. That insight became then the foundation of Gladys's One Health approach and of conservation through public health. And what I particularly admire is that this has never remained just an elegant theory. On an ordinary working day, Gladys and her colleagues may be monitoring the health of gorillas, working with village health teams, supporting gorilla guardians when gorillas wander into community land, improving hygiene and nutrition, or helping families create livelihoods that reduce pressure on the forest. Through gorilla conservation coffee that we saw here, even a cup of coffee can become part of the conservation story. That is what makes Gladys's approach so powerful. She has spent much of her career breaking down artificial boundaries between veterinary medicine and public health, between conservation and development, and ultimately between the well-being of human beings and the well-being of nature. Jane Goodall, who wrote the foreword to the book, recommends it not only to those interested in conservation, but also to those concerned with poverty and the role of women in society. And she describes it, above all, as the story of the determined woman who overcame setbacks and dangers to realize her dream. I think that is important, because today is Gladys's day, and this book is ultimately the story of what one person with determination, imagination, and the ability to persuade others to come along can achieve. Uganda is extraordinarily rich in biodiversity. Its mountain gorillas are among its greatest treasures. But they are part of something larger: forests, communities, livelihoods, and an increasingly important tourism economy. And this is also why the European Union is proud to work with Uganda to protect its natural heritage. Through the EU-Uganda Forest Partnership and our €40 million forestry program, we are supporting forest conservation and restoration, while also creating livelihoods, value chains, and jobs. And we have supported Uganda's biodiversity and tourism sector over many years. And I'm particularly pleased that EU funding has also, at different moments, I think, right, supported the work of Dr. Gladys and CTPH in Bwindi, I think in conjunction also with COVID, I understand, before my time here, because conservation will only endure if communities themselves have a stake in the process. Ladies and gentlemen, the ambition cannot be simply to create a world in which people and wildlife are kept apart. It must be to find sustainable ways for people and wildlife to thrive together. And perhaps that is the most important message of Walking with Gorillas. Biodiversity is not an abstract concept. It's alive, it has faces, human as well as animal. It has communities around it, it creates livelihoods, and it is part of our shared future. So Gladys, congratulations. Not only on the audiobook, but on the extraordinary journey behind it. May many more people now hear your story in your own voice and be inspired by it. And to everyone else here in the room and beyond, if you have not read the book, you now have even less of an excuse. You can simply listen to Gladys tell you the story herself. So congratulations again, Dr. Gladys, and let us all continue to walk together with the gorillas, with the communities who share their environment, and with a common commitment to protecting Uganda's extraordinary natural heritage for the generations to come. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations. Thank you.
Dr. Gladys and Jan will take a picture and then they will unveil for us a plaque right before them. But you have on your table something that looks like fancy headsets. I know that you had hoped we were going for silent disco, but this is the way we have decided to launch the audiobook. So I'll now ask Jan and Dr. Gladys to step to the plaque and unveil it for us. And the rest of us to clap for our part in the unveiling. So yes, in your earphones will be a clip of the audiobook, which will be playing, and after that we will have a direct conversation with Jackie Asimwe and Dr. Gladys. So if you haven't sent your questions
Part
to
1,
Jackie.
Becoming a Conservationist. Chapter 1, Early Years. I was the last born child in a family of 6, entering the world on Thursday, January 8, 1970, at Mulago Hospital in Kampala. I was a bit of a surprise for my parents and siblings, but I was loved. At the time of my birth, Mulago Hospital was one of the best hospitals in Africa. But after Idi Amin came to power a year later, it became known as a place of horror, where many doctors were abducted and murdered, and was made famous in the film The Last King of Scotland, depicting Amin's bloodthirsty dictatorship. I came from a family of political leaders dedicated to creating a Uganda where its people could thrive and live in peace and harmony. My maternal grandfather, Martin Luther Nsibirwa, had been the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Buganda between 1929 and 1941, and again in 1945. Buganda, the Kingdom of the Baganda people, is a subnational kingdom within Uganda, comprising of all of the country's central region, including the capital Kampala. Uganda was a British protectorate at the time. Tragically, he was assassinated on September 5, 1945. He was 62 years old. My mother, Rhoda Kalema, only 16 at the time, along with the Baganda people, blamed his assassination on those who objected to my grandfather acquiring land from influential chiefs to expand Makerere College into a university, the University of East Africa. Unbeknownst to the assassins, the parliament had passed the land acquisition bill on September 4, 1945, just the day before my grandfather died. Yet his legacy to create more opportunities for Ugandans lived on both in my mother and the man she married, William Wilberforce Kalema. In 1962, my father joined Uganda's first parliament after independence from the British, and together with my mother became part of the Uganda People's Congress. Both of them were passionate and committed to helping Uganda grow. In 1964, my father became a senior government minister in President Obote's administration. Little did I know how this would impact my own life, and that the shadow of assassination would rise again soon after my birth. The decade of my birth was a terrifying and volatile one for many Ugandans, dominated by civil war and dictatorship. In January 1971, the then President Milton Obote was overthrown in a coup d'etat by General Idi Amin of the Ugandan Army, while my father was with the President at a Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Singapore. At the time, my father was responsible for commerce and industry as a senior cabinet minister. He was passionate about developing the local industries in Uganda and encouraged Ugandans to participate in the economic development of their country and build a brighter future. Prior to that, my father was Minister of Communications, Works and Housing, and led goodwill missions to several countries in the Far East and Eastern Europe, where he negotiated gifts and lucrative trade deals that would benefit the country and its people. This included the Mandela National Stadium, built by the Chinese government, and later named after the former South African President Nelson Mandela, someone whom my father greatly admired. Though President Obote remained in exile in Tanzania, my father returned to Uganda in February 1971 to be with his family. Soon after Amin began his reign of terror as Uganda's president, his attention turned toward my family. On January 20, 1972, nearly 2 weeks after my second birthday, my father left our house at 6:45 p.m. and was never seen again. He had been abducted and murdered by Amin's soldiers. He was only 45 years old, 17 years younger than my grandfather when he was assassinated. It seemed as if history was repeating itself, with the father leaving behind a young family. This tragic event shaped my early years, and I developed a strong bond with my mother, Rhoda, who at just 42 became a single mother to 6 children living in a hostile environment. Like her, I had lost my father at a tender age, but unlike her, I did not have the benefit of getting to know my father.
All right. That's how short a chapter can be on the audiobook. So thank you so much, Ambassador Yan, for the launch. And I will now invite Jackie Asimwe and keep Dr. Gladys at the stage. A round of applause for Ambassador Yan as he goes away.
Hey, Mr. DJ. Thank you so much. Can you hear us? These microphones seem to be a bit low. Can you hear us? You can? Great. Zongo, how are you? I might need to borrow the freestanding. I feel like it has better. Thank you. Then maybe so. Good evening, dear humans. How are we? Are you surprised you're a human? My name is Jacqueline Asimwe, as introduced. What many people don't know is that Gladys is my sister. My sister from another mother. Not only were we born in the same year, she in January and myself in March of 1970, but her mother was a very, very dear friend of mine. And she called me her daughter, and I called her Mama. So because she was my Mama, Gladys then is my sister.
Yes.
And because Gladys is my big sister, this is what I would tell her before the questions. Did you ever know that you're my hero?
Thank you, Jackie.
You're everything I would like to be. And I can fly higher than an eagle. Why? You are the wind beneath my wings. A round of
Thank you,
applause for my
Jackie.
sister.
That's so beautiful. Thank you. And you have a wonderful voice.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. In my next life, I shall come back as a singer. But today I am here to have a conversation with my sister. Now, on coexistence and leadership, one of the powerful ideas in working with gorillas is that the well-being of wildlife is inseparable from the well-being of people who live alongside it. But what kind of leadership does genuine human-wildlife coexistence require, especially when communities are being asked to live with the costs of conservation?
Well, thank you so much for that question, Jackie, and it's a very important one. It's very hard for a community member to want to protect wildlife if, an elephant comes and destroys their crops the next day and they don't have money to live or to pay school fees, and yet we're telling them, no, you have to live with the elephant because the elephant is important. But yes, that's a very important point you brought up. I would say, again, I'll go back to that health education workshop where I was ready to tell the community what the problem was, and I did tell them what the problem was. And I got out the next part of the flip chart to tell them what the solution is. And the ranger touched my hand, whispered and said, let's hear what they have to say.
Wow.
And they came up with much better solutions than I was proposing for them.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
So I learned that in order to be able to bring about human-wildlife coexistence, you have to be humble. You have to listen to the communities. They have the best solutions for their problems. They may be poorer, less educated, but they know what's best for them and what works best in their environment. So I learned about being collaborative, listening to the communities, and letting them come up with the solutions. And a lot of what they came up with is what we used to start conservation through public health later on. So being collaborative is very, very, very important.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And on One Health and collective action, your One Health journey took you beyond treating animals to thinking about health and well-being of entire communities. What has that journey taught you about bringing people together around a shared challenge when their interests, priorities, and even understanding of the problem might be very different?
Yep. It's taught me a lot. And I would say that I've learned a lot again from the community because, once we established, in fact, with that health education workshop, the communities we went to, that were benefiting already from gorilla tourism were very willing to listen to what we had to say. And it was around that time that tourism had disappeared because of killing of people in Bwindi by the Interahamwe from Congo. So they were really feeling the pinch because tourists weren't coming anymore, even if there were just a few gorilla groups habituated, maybe 4 or 5. Now there's about 28. And so the ones who had benefited were like, yeah, are gorillas important? Yes, our children can go to school, tourists are paying school fees. Then we kept on moving around the forest. That was Buhoma. Yeah. Then we went to Nkuringo, the southern sector. They wanted tourism to begin. They were resentful that it hadn't begun yet, but gorillas were always in their gardens. So the Wildlife Authority were like, let's first wait until we've solved that problem before we start tourism. So they were kind of lukewarm. Then we went to DRC. That was very interesting. When we got to DRC, we traveled together with the chief warden that time, and we went with soldiers to protect us. The first question, and we were with a group called International Gorilla Conservation Program who funded the workshops. So their Congolese counterparts told us, these are the communities we need to talk to, because it's the area where some of the gorillas from Bwindi would go and range in Congo. And so we asked them, have you seen gorillas? They all said no. And an old Musei stood up and said, in all my life, I have never seen gorillas. So I'm like going, are we in the wrong place? So then Chris Oriema just started talking about why the forest is important and all of that, the chief warden, why we should protect them. Then I whispered to Mbeki, I said, Mbeki, why are you bringing us to communities when gorillas don't come here? She said, they're lying. They thought we had come to arrest them. They had seen gorillas. And so that's how Bwindi was before tourism began. Because in that part of Congo, there was no tourism, no benefits for the community, and it made me appreciate how far Uganda has come. Yes, so it's really important to make sure you have a shared goal. For now, the gorillas benefiting not just the government or the conservationists, it's also benefiting the communities and the general public and the outside world. So you come together over, we need to keep gorillas thriving, because we're all benefiting. But you have to make everyone benefit. And that's the challenge for all the other national parks in Uganda, where some communities haven't yet started benefiting from wildlife. It's a big challenge. But once they start to benefit and they value the lion or any of these other species, then the future for that wildlife changes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Gladys. And one last question is on philanthropy. I do recall in your book you write about how you and Lawrence set up CTPH, but I also remember that Mama Rhoda gave you $100, and then you tell the story of applying for among your first grants and mentioning that you had a donation of $100, but it was not considered valuable in that sense, and yet that was giving. Also, a lot of international and institutional funding or philanthropy is seen, but that by local communities is not. And yet they give of their time, their knowledge, their labor, and their land. So what forms of local generosity have you encountered in your work, and how might we recognize and strengthen that local generosity?
Thank you so much, Jackie. And I know you're a champion of philanthropy. And thank you so much for the donation towards the CNN Heroes. Yes, Jackie's been one of our first donors. Thank you so much for your donation, $250. Let's clap for our local philanthropists here, because CNN got a fundraising pledge called Pledge, and they want everyone to keep giving more to their heroes on top of what they'll give. Local philanthropy is what's going to keep us going in Uganda. We can't just keep relying on donations from outside. And as you mentioned, actually Mama started helping early on. She used to lend me her vehicle. Sometimes when I was at UA and we had to go and collect giraffes from Kenya and the car broke down, she said, here's my car. So for her philanthropy started long time ago, even before we started CTPH. And then Lawrence was the first donor with $100 as a poor student. And we opened up a bank account. And then Mama also lent us her car and she kept on supporting the organization and donating. It's really, really important. The communities, I would say, yes, they give of a lot of their time, and we need to appreciate that. We really need to. Like, we have volunteers who go out and visit so many homes. They're just volunteers. Yes. Village health and conservation teams. We added conservation to the VHT system. There we have as many now. We started off with 26. Now we have 430. They visit 30 homes each quarter. They take data. They improve people's health, hygiene. They give them family planning, injections, all volunteering. And currently now we're reaching over 10,000 homes with over 50,000 people. And so we need to value that. We need to quantify it. And that can always be matching funds for international donations as well. But we need to upload it. And actually, we want to give them all certificates, and especially the homes as the homes keep improving. But we have given them group livestock projects and things like that, and supported them in village saving and loan associations. And I think we need to encourage much more local volunteering, because there's no way our team of 30, some of them are here, CTPH team, please stand up. Put up your hands.
Wow.
There's no way that team could reach 10,000 homes. Yes. But through these 430 village health and conservation teams, half of whom are men and half are women, which is very important for us, gender equity, they're able to do wonders, which has enabled us to win awards. So local philanthropy really needs to be encouraged.
Absolutely. And I can feel the heat from Raymond. A round of applause for my sister, everyone. Thank you so much, Gladys.
Thank you.
Raymond, back to you.
Thank you so much, Jackie. And a sign of my generosity, I'm going to ask people to give you a round of applause. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some sponsors who've been very important for us to put together today's event. So if you please put your hands together so that we recognize them. We have the Uganda Tourism Board, represented here today by their CEO. We have the Uganda Wildlife Authority, represented here by their ED. We have the Classic Africa Safaris, who are in the room too. We've got the Kazinga Tours and Travel. We've got the team from the Bwindi Mgahinga Conservation Trust, some of them who are in the room already and have a surprise much later in the day. We have a team from the Great Lakes Safaris. I don't expect that any of them is in the room, but please give them a round of applause. I thought all of them are in Kasese at the moment. We've got the Chimpanzee Sanctuary and Wildlife Conservation Trust. We've got the Gorilla Walking Safaris. We've also got a team, the Total Energies, and then Stone Edge, and of course, very finally, the team from Sheraton, represented here too by their MD. So now it gives me great honor to invite our next person on stage, who is the CEO of the Uganda Tourism Board, Lilia Jarova, to give us her remarks. Oh, sorry, Juliana, I am sorry. Wait, Juliana and I have longer fighting to do because I'm talking to her tomorrow. If it's any forgiveness, I was in a room with Jan Sadek this week, and someone introduced themselves as their previous job. So please, a round of applause for Juliana.
Thank you very much, Raymond. Those are in the corporate world, those are known as career limiting moves. Are you seeing how you're losing emceeing gigs at Uganda Tourism Board? Members, pray for this man. So, fortunately or unfortunately, I am not Lilia Jarova, so now I'm going to be forced to introduce myself. But again, of course, it gives me much honor and pride to be coming after such a powerhouse. So my name is Juliana Kagwa, and I am the current CEO of Uganda Tourism Board. My predecessor is here, and so I think she's in your line of vision. No wonder she's top of mind. So today, it's just to say a few words, really, because I think a lot of it has been said. We're very, very humbled to be a part of this occasion. For us at Uganda Tourism Board, we consider Dr. Gladys Zikusoka, Kalema Zikusoka, to be a product of Uganda tourism. We are selling you, my dear. We are commercializing you. I know we're talking about our great apes, the gorillas, and all the work you're doing in the primates area, but know that at UTB, you're also our product. You are the only Ugandan CNN hero we have. Is there another? You are the only featured conservationist on National Geographic, Nat Geo. You saw the BBC clip right now. So I don't need to say too much about you because a lot of your work is already in the public arena. What I will say though, following on the words of Honorable Ruchikairi, I don't think we should wait for the Nobel Prize. We should continue to celebrate you as a Ugandan hero in whatever capacity we can. And it's just as well we have presidential advisors in the room, we have honorable ministers in the room, I think we have members of parliament. We give medals in this country as well. Fine, it's not a Nobel Prize, but we must recognize our Ugandan heroes. So for me, I move that next year, Heroes Day, we start with Madame Gladys. Please put on record, Raymond. So without further ado, please allow me to just say one or two words on behalf of Uganda Tourism Board. I've already mentioned that it is an honor for us to join you. Wish we could do more by way of celebrating you. But Dr. Gladys knows that the doors of Uganda Tourism Board are always open to her and the work that she's doing. I think I speak not just on behalf of Uganda Tourism Board, but also Uganda Wildlife Authority. I'm joined by my brother. Also me, I have a brother from another mother, Jackie. You're not the only one. Dr. James Musinguzi, who is a beneficiary, I think, one of the biggest beneficiaries of the work that you're doing in this space. Yes. In that vein, I'd like to say also, just on behalf of tourism, not just Tourism Board, that we are very excited to be celebrating two things here today, which sit within our strategy. One, Ugandan storytelling. So we're celebrating a Ugandan powerhouse in storytelling. The foundation of tourism, we keep saying, is about stories, is about human contact, human communities, and you are embodying everything that is within our strategy. The second thing is digital transformation. So for you to be, again, innovating, inspiring, and taking the lead in the space of converting words into audio for a wider audience, to extend access to the story of the gorillas in Uganda, again, we don't take that for granted. So we thank you for innovating, for inspiring, and continuing to lead from the front. I think I would be remiss if I didn't say or introduce one or two people from the tourism fraternity who have joined me here today. So just with but in no particular order, I've already introduced the ED of Uganda Wildlife Authority. Please allow me to also introduce one of my board members. She's here in her capacity, of course, also as a Uganda Wildlife Authority staff member, but today, let me introduce her as a board member of Uganda Tourism Board. Madame Dokas, please. Yes. I would also like to recognize the presence of the private sector, who again are beneficiaries of the great work you're doing in conserving one of the key primates that we boast of in our Ugandan offering, which is a gorilla. So Madame Yogi, who is the Uganda Tourism Authority president, is also here today. Thank you for joining us. And I think I see a lot of the Association of Uganda Tour Operators. Are they here? Are they here? Kalulu Banange. Aha, there she is. The CEO of Association of Uganda Tour Operators, who again, some of the biggest beneficiaries of the work that you're doing. And then our host with the most, Jean-Philippe. I think you will represent Uganda Hotel Owners Association, or others are here. I think you're the one. Please take a bow. So just to commit on behalf of the tourism sector, on behalf of Uganda Tourism Board, that Dr. Gladys Kalema Zikusoka, we are here to walk this journey with you. We are here to help with the commercialization of the audiobook, same way we've been helping with the commercialization of the actual book itself. We believe in the stories that you're telling, and that the work that they will actually considerably change the conservation story in Uganda. Without the knowledge that you're putting forward, without the stories, without lending a human voice to the story of walking with gorillas, we might not be able to attract the tourist arrivals we're talking about. We might not be able to attract the funding that we so desperately depend on to help conserve the animal species that we rely on as a tourism sector. So lastly, I think without leaving the stage, and I know a lot of great speakers will be following. I know Talia's in the house, so I can't wait to hear what she has to say. We've already heard from a few other speakers. I would like to just possibly pose a question, if it is not already going to be asked. Dr. Gladys Kalema Zikusoka, how does it feel, and you will answer it later, someone record it, to be living your dream? Because a lot of people aspire. From the time you were 26, you were aspiring, I think, towards this moment. How does it feel to have these incredible, honorable ministers, CEOs, all humbly in your presence here to honor you? Please tell us how that is, because a lot of us are still aspiring to do what we think is our purpose in life. And watching you up here, watching you with your family every day, for me, that is an inspiration. So thank you so much. But tell us, how does it feel to be walking with gorillas, literally? So thank you very much. Congratulations on the audio launch. Looking forward again to seeing it on the in the digital space. We're going to do what we can with our social. Oh, sorry, Daniel, I didn't introduce our head of brand. He's here, Uganda Tourism Board, and he's here to understand how we take the audiobook forward. The world is moving very fast. Digital transformation is taking all of us by storm. At UTB, we talk about the digital tsunami. So we want to see how we help promote and commercialize the latest product on the Uganda tourism shelf. Thank you very much. Are you coming up for a hug, or should I leave? I'll just stand here. I'll stand humbly here.
Okay.
I know your script better than you.
Thank you so much. And please, another round of applause for Mrs. Juliana Kagwa. It shows that my career is not limited yet. I'll be glad. All right. Now I need to be very, very careful, because I need to invite Mrs. Lilia Jarova to the stage. I nearly called her Juliana. Thank you so much. But we're going to have a conversation between Miss Lilia Jarova and our author for the day. And that conversation will last 10 minutes. And after that, Tali and Tendo are up next. So please ready yourselves. So a round of applause for Lilia Jarova as she makes her way to the front. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Maybe I should have the hand free. Gladys already told part of where I come from with her, where the strangers, we were called the strangers in Uganda Wildlife Authority when we joined. Why we were called the strangers was because Uganda Wildlife Authority came into being after the merger of Uganda National Parks and the Game Department. And we were only 5 people who had not worked in either the Uganda National Parks or the Game Department. And that was the title they gave us. So she's a sister from another mother as well. We are all aware that Gladys has committed all her life to the protection of the mountain gorillas. Sometimes I think that the gorillas are actually protecting her from us. Those who have worked with wildlife, have done animal welfare, you understand this, because the humans can be more horrible than wildlife. Thank you, Gladys. Once again, Lilia Jarova is my name. I have a couple of questions for Gladys. I've read Walking with the Gorillas. It's the second time I'm reading it now. And for anyone who hasn't, now you have the benefit of the audio book. Please, there's some, there are things we are talking here, but if you don't read the whole book or listen to the whole book, there's so much that you are missing. So much that you're missing that you could actually learn from. And my first question. There are chapters in the book. There is one, The Wandering Gorilla. There is 7 elephants that lost their way, and restocking giraffes to prevent extinction. We see complexity of protecting Uganda's wildlife. From your experience, Gladys, what more can Uganda government do to strengthen conservation while using wildlife and natural heritage to unlock Uganda's full tourism potential?
Wow, that's a great question, Lily. And yes, we've come a long way. We've really come a long way. You've been my sister for so many years. I think 30 years now. As you said, we don't want people to know how old we are, but there it is. I would say that there is a lot of complexity. There really is. And there's so many different ways that we can reduce all of this. Like with the wandering gorilla, the solution was developing a group of people who can safely herd them back from the community. Community was empowered to deal with that source of human-wildlife conflict. With the elephants, there was no other alternative. The migration route between Murchison and Queen Elizabeth had been cut off, and those 2 elephants were going to go. But now there's a movement of conservancies where people can now benefit from wildlife on their land. It's in its infancy, but that could be a solution. Kenya has gone very far, and South Africa and Namibia and other countries. The giraffes, we were only remaining with 1 female. We had to bring in giraffes, and we brought them in from Kenya. And I'm glad that Kidepo now has, actually from those 3 we brought, They went up to 15 when I served on the board of UA. We saw them. Now there are many more because the Wildlife Authority brought in some from Murchison and other places. And we found out that once you give wildlife a secure habitat, they bounce back, especially a species like giraffes. The mountain gorillas, Lily, remember, there were only about 650. And in our time, they've almost doubled because they're getting protection. And so I feel that the government of Uganda needs to put more resources into conservation because it really pays for itself. They need to support more youth like the wildlife clubs of Uganda needs to be supported more. I became a conservationist because of wildlife clubs. I mean, setting up a wildlife club. Yep. And so such initiatives, local initiatives, need to be supported a lot. And I'm very grateful to UA for the huge support to conservation through public health. Thank you so much, UA. And I really enjoyed also serving on the board of UEC. My early days were in Tebezu, which became UEC. So I think engaging the youth, getting more and more Ugandans engaged in conservation, I think is something the government of Uganda can do.
Thank you. My second question for you is, your book makes a powerful connection between conservation, community, and tourism. How can Uganda build a tourism model where increased tourism revenue does not only promote the country internationally, but also directly strengthen wildlife conservation and improves livelihood of communities living alongside protected areas?
Yep, that's a very, very important point, Lily. And I think Uganda has made some strides. 20% of the park entry fee goes to the local communities, and $10 from every gorilla permit, because only 8 people can visit a gorilla group per day. And so the gorilla levy was very important. So I think what we could do is increase the gorilla levy even more, up to $20. I know James is shaking his head, saying, no, no. But also what we can do is try and get the communities in other national parks to benefit more. And that involves partnering very, very closely with the local initiatives, the local communities, to create community tourism trails, so that a lot of tourists don't want to just see wildlife these days. They want to give back to the community. So for example, we created a gorilla conservation coffee safari. So after they visit the tourists, the next day they go to the coffee farmers and see other activities that we do. And so if we can work much more closely to strengthen those links with the local community initiatives, so that tourists know that a Uganda safari is not just about the animals, but it's also about the people. And it becomes almost the same. You spend 2 days with the animals, you spend 2 days with the people. I think that's one very good way of spreading those benefits.
I totally agree with you. I was in a discussion last week with the team of consultants who are working on the tourism master plan that the Ministry of Tourism is preparing for us. And we had that discussion where we were saying there's more potential, higher capacity with tourism outside the protected areas. With the time, we can see with the chimpanzees and with the gorillas, we are almost there to capacity.
Yes.
So where are we going to have sustainability? Even in the savannah parks, there's only so much, in terms of capacity that we can actually have in the savannah parks. We don't want to repeat Masai Mara, experience in Uganda, in Queen Elizabeth, in Lake Mburo, or in Kidepo. And so the more that we develop, community experiences for tourists, adventure, and in any case, we are saying the revenue that we are earning from tourism should go to benefit them. So direct earning from the tourists in their own localities would create bigger benefits for the communities. So,
Definitely.
well, that's That's what I
and
have
want,
for you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to commend Uganda Tourism Board, Juliana, both becoming our sisters. I mean, you two should. I remember when Lily, I said to Lily, "Oh, who's taking over from you?" She goes, "It's a wonderful person, Juliana. Don't worry, she's going to be excellent, and you've not disappointed us."
I put it in my handover that she had to.
So it's great that UTB is really embracing, all of this, and that UTB is working so well with Uganda Wildlife Authority. Yes, James was the ED of UWEC, is now the ED of UA, and is doing an excellent job. So I think having the right people there, the right leaders, is going to make a big difference. And I also want to congratulate you, Lily, on your book, Echoes from Mountains of the Moon. Well done. And we look forward to maybe hearing it on audio as well. But Lily wrote an excellent book. She climbed Mount Rwenzori. She almost died. But she's here. She didn't die. And the book is excellent. And you talk about the community side, what you learned from the communities along the way. I have to say, Jackie also wrote another book, Facing Mountains. She also climbed Rwenzori and a number of other mountains. And her book is amazing, very soul searching and full of leadership lessons. So thank you all so much.
Thank you. May I use this opportunity to once again ask all of us to give a big applause to Gladys for being our CNN. Thank you for allowing me.
All right, another round of applause for Lily and Dr. Gladys, who is now going to have to stay with us for longer. We should also recognize in the room Volcano Safaris. Please, if you could give them a round of applause. Yes, and Bwindim Gahinga Conservation Trust. Of course, much later, I'll be asking them to come to the front. But also recognize the Fortune magazine. It's traveled all the way from the US to be here for this event. Thank you so very much for being here. I now will hand over the stage to the most interesting conversation I've equally been waiting for. And now, Talia and Tendo, the floor is all yours.
DJ, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, chapter 20 of the book Walking with Gorillas says, Our Message to the Children. My name is Talia Bironji Kandole in Primary 7 at Trinity Primary School, Bukoto. A 12-year-old nature conservationist and tourism enthusiast, serving as the senior Little Hands Go Green ambassador and lead of the 1 Million Tree Planting Initiative. In Uganda, with 620,000 trees from April 2025 up to this date have been planted. Thank you. I have been inspired by two of the most amazing conservationists I know, Dr. Gladys Kalema and Dr. Jane Goodall. You're welcome. My first question is, in working with gorillas, particularly in the birth of a conservationist, you take us back to the experiences that shaped your love for animals and eventually led you into wildlife conservation. Looking at conservation today, what do you think needs to change so that more young Africans do not just become passionate about conservation, but actually see as a career but actually see it as a career and a way to create lasting change.
Well, thank you so much, Talia, and congratulations on planting all those many trees. Well done. And just to pick up on that, your question is very good. Having people supporting initiatives like yours is what's going to get people not only being passionate about conservation, but also doing something about it, you know, actually making a difference. And we need to support initiatives like yours. People can create their own jobs. I created my job as a first vet for the Wildlife Authority. I convinced Dr. Droma to hire me. Those days, people never used to touch animals. And even after he hired me, he supported me. I remember moving elephants was an issue. I look at those memos when I was writing the book. I was not, what can I say? I was quite immature. So I'd write memos like, we are going to do this, and copy all the people who were saying I shouldn't do it. And saying, Dr. Droma said we have to do it, and I'm going to do it, and I copy all of them. So probably not the best way to do it, but he gave me a lot of support and backing. So I think we should encourage more young people to create jobs for themselves, even in conservation. And anyone can be a conservationist. You don't only have to be a zoologist or a vet. I keep telling that to people. Lawyers are conservationists. We've seen Gladys Kamasanyu, the magistrate. She's a conservationist. You can be a conservationist from any young age. You really can. I have to say, my mom was a very hands-on mom. So she came to Budongo to see the chimps. She got up early. I got her up early. We saw the chimps. She didn't want me to study gorillas. She was scared of them. But when she saw them, she said they're just gentle vegetarian giants living in a big salad bowl. And she really enjoyed it. And then when she was a member of parliament, she told me, we've now approved your wildlife statute, the 1996 one. So she became a politician and a conservationist. So anyone can become a conservationist.
Okay, what a wonderful answer. My second question is, your journey shows that protecting gorillas is much bigger than protecting an animal. It involves communities, health, livelihoods, and environment. As you look to the future, what do you think the next generation of conservationists must do differently to ensure that conservation remains relevant and sustainable for the next 50 years?
That's a great question, Talia. I believe that in order for conservation to remain relevant, it has to relate to the everyday person. You know, it can't just be for the zoologists or the people who studied it, the conservation biologists or the vets, because it's animals. I think we need to expand, and also because so many issues affect conservation, you can't just stick to your own field. So that's what we need to do. We need to get more and more people interested in conservation, because so many different sectors affect conservation. And so, yeah, that's what I would say.
Thank you.
Thank you for the very inspirational answers. So my questions are not as detailed, but since I already know you, I would like to ask. The question number one is, how do you manage to keep the same energy every day?
Tendo. How do I manage to keep the same energy every day? I think when I wake up in the morning, I'm like, there's still a lot that has to be done, you know? There's still a lot we've done a lot, but we still have a lot more to do. So the need to want to make a difference, when I see there's a lot of need and there's a lot of things that need to be done, that kind of energizes me. That gets me out of bed every day. Sometimes, of course, there are days when I'm not willing to get out of bed, or I'm depressed, or I'm not like myself. I don't have the same energy. But then I get an email or a really nice message from someone saying, well done, we're proud of you. Or you call me and say, Mama, I'm missing you. You are a big inspiration, Tendo. And I put you in, you know, you're one of the people I dedicated this book to. My family is my inspiration, my sister, my brother here, and my cousins. my staff, the CTPH team, they send me a message. We have this issue we want to solve. This is how we want to solve it. Give us your advice. Or what do you think we should do here? I get motivated again. I get motivated from my team, from the partners who invites us for a workshop. YouTube invites us for an event. I get motivated by the people around me, by the board members sending a message, encouraging me. So I get motivated by people because I'm an extrovert, but also I know I have a calling from God, what I'm doing, and praying and seeking inspiration from God also makes a big difference. My husband motivates me a lot as well. Papa motivates me. Papa, you an indigo. And our dog's at home too.
No, that's very inspirational. Second question is...
And my mother-in-law as well. She's always sending wonderful messages.
Second question is, will you be writing another book?
Tender. Big question. I will be writing another book. Actually, when we just finished writing Walking with Gorillas, my editor in America, Lily Golden, she said to me, I think you need to write another book because the book was very big. It was going to be 500 pages. She said, no one can read a book which is 500 pages. Yeah. So she had to edit a lot of things down. But afterwards, she said to me, I want you to write another book, maybe more about your veterinary side. Let's sit down and think about that. But there's so many other books that could come out of here. So yes, I'm writing another book. Yeah.
I look forward to that. And the final question is, would you want a movie to be made about you or the book?
Tender. Yes, I think I would. And yeah, we want to work towards it. A few people have come to me and said they would like to make a movie out of Walking with Gorillas, just like they did with Dian Fossey, Gorillas in the Mist. And and yes, I would. A movie where somebody else is acting me and my family, my mom, my sister, everyone. Yes, that would be exciting. And that's something we're following up on with various people. And if anybody here can support us in that and people who could do that, we'd be very excited. Because I think it did a lot for Rwanda by having Gorillas in the Mist as a movie in Hollywood, and would love to do the same with Walking with Gorillas. I wonder who will act you, Tendo.
All right, thank you very much. I'm really proud of you, Mama.
Oh, thank you, Tendo.
A round of applause for Talia and Tendo, who've done an incredible job. I think you'll take a picture too. And
the day your baby becomes cooler than you.
all right. Thank you so much. So now we've come to almost the end of our program for the day. But a couple of you have been asking, one, where do you get the audiobook? So the audiobook is available on Audible by Amazon. I've just downloaded it. It's 9 hours, 45 minutes. So you can download it and listen to it in your free time. The second question that we've gotten a lot of is, what does this CNN hero thing mean? So ladies and gentlemen, I want us to look to the screen, dim the light perhaps if we can, and watch the CNN hero that we have in our midst today and how she got there. So I'll ask our media team to play that video. Thank you.
When I first came out here as a vet student, I realized the mountain gorillas used to be one of the most critically endangered species on Earth. When I first came out here as a vet student, I realized how intelligent they were, and I felt a really deep connection. And I was like, wow. I felt it was so important that they're protected. Guinea Impenetrable National Park is home to
43% of the world's endangered mountain gorillas. Bwindi is threatened by a lot of high human population growth. There's a lot of interaction between the gorillas and the people. We used to find that people were not hygienic. Gorillas were picking up preventable diseases, basically. And this made me realize that you couldn't protect the gorillas without improving the health of their human neighbors. Agandi. We started the Village Health and Conservation Team approach in 2007. They do a lot of good work promoting health and hygiene practices, and now we're reaching over 10,000 households.
We can make each other sick, but we're not making each other sick because you're clean.
Over time, we have seen huge changes. Having a clean toilet, a hand washing station, a separate animal house. But at the same time, we want to make sure that they're less dependent on the forest by finding them sustainable livelihoods. You cannot keep the gorillas healthy when people next to them are poor, hungry. It just can't work. We found out that the coffee farmers were not getting a fair market price and were still entering the forest to poach. So then we started to sell the coffee. We give them an above market price, and a donation from every bag goes to support community health, gorilla health, and conservation education. This is showing people that we care about not just the gorillas, but we also care about them. Gorilla tourism has completely transformed the lives of the people here, and engaging local communities is our way of making sure that gorillas are being protected. I always get very excited when I hear that baby mountain gorilla has been born, and as long as the communities see the gorillas as their future, the numbers are going to keep growing.
All right. So I guess all questions around the CNN hero have also been answered. So now I also want to take the pleasure and honor to invite back Juliana Kagwa to the front. Invite JP from the Sheraton family, and also to invite the family of Dr. Gladys Ziksoka for the cake cutting. The great effigy you see right in front of us there is actually cake. And we're going to have to cut it together with Dr. Gladys. So, but as they make their way to the front, we'll watch a couple of the videos of our sponsors for the day. And we encourage you to go to their facilities and spend some time there. Thank you so much.
Uganda is a riddle. Come and see for yourself. Explore Uganda. Uganda has a way of being everything to everyone. She's young, she's old, she's fun, she's bold, she's reserved and mild, yet she's firm and proud. Uganda is a riddle. Come and see for yourself. Explore Uganda. Uganda has a way of being everything to everyone. She's young, she's old. My mind was open, my heart was yearning. I realized it's time I started learning. learning what happens when a man's left alone to rediscover his ancestral home. Uganda, a land of wonder, a land of beauty, a land of mystery. The sounds, the pace, the smiles, the tastes, the depth and the breadth of Ugandan history. Uganda is a riddle. You'll never work it out. Come and see for yourself. Explore Uganda. Uganda has a way of being everything to everyone. She's young, she's old, she's fun, she's bold, she's reserved and mild, yet she's firm and proud. Uganda is a riddle. Come and see for yourself. Explore Uganda. Uganda has a way of being...
family.
Uganda has a way of being everything to everyone. Old, she's fun, she's bold, she's reserved and mild, yet she's firm and proud. Uganda is a riddle. Come and see for yourself. Explore Uganda. Uganda has a way of being...
All right. Thank you so much for coming back. So now we're into the final bend of our program, and Dr. Gladys has been a board member at the BMCT, and the team from BMCT has a very lovely surprise for her. And so if you please lend them, the audience, for about 2 minutes to pass on their surprise, and then we will go to the cake cutting. Thank you.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, fellow conservation partners and stakeholders, I'm Tumwesi Jeuru Bafos. I'm the CEO for Wind Mugainga Conservation Trust. And I'm happy, and I take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Gladys for the power of storytelling. Congratulations, Dr. Gladys, because in Uganda, we've been having a negative story of Idi Amin and other stories. But now, because of her power of storytelling, she's changing the whole paradigm. She's speaking good of Uganda, and we are proud of you, Dr. Gladys, and we are humbled to be associated with you. Now, without taking much time, I will invite the chairman board of Wind, Trust Management Board of Wind, who is the ED of UA, and then we read the citation which has been made today for Dr. Gladys, who has been a board member for Wind Mugainga Conservation Trust. Then the chairman board, Dr. James Msinguzi, will hand it over to her. I think we better extend here on the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to read what the board cited and recognized her for. Wind Mugainga Conservation Trust Certificate of Appreciation presented to Dr. Gladys Karema Zikusoka in recognition of your dedicated service in BMCT as a chairperson programs committee. Your effort and dedication played a tremendous role in the success of BMCT. We thank you. Signed by the Chief Executive Officer, myself, and Chairman Board, Dr. James Msinguzi.
Oh, thank you so much.
Surprise.
Oh, wow, this is beautiful.
Thank you for your service. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are humbled.
And I'm still available for advice.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay.
This is great. MC.
All right. All right. Now we will listen to Mr. Lawrence Zikusoka, who is the partner to Dr. Gladys. And after that, he will invite JP, who will lead us into the cake cutting. So the floor is now yours. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We're just waiting for the Kalema family, the Insabira clan, and the Zikusokas to join me on stage. Come closer to me. Is everyone ready? MC, you ready? Kiza, are you ready? Okay. Today, as we're live on the internet, billions of people around the world are walking with gorillas thanks to us in Uganda. Who yeah? Uganda, oh yeah! It is the 20th of August, 2026, and these are my feelings about Uganda's first audio book launch here at Sheraton Kampala Hotel. Round up. Shukran, JP. Obrigado. So welcome and thank you, distinguished guests, including members of government of Uganda, the diplomatic corps community, and Uganda's tourism and media partners. I salute you. You know, my name is Lawrence Zuxoka. I am a co-founder of a brilliant organization called Conservation Through Public Health. It was founded 23 years ago. 23 years ago. Alongside Dr. Gladys, Mr. Rubanga, and I. So, I'm extremely proud to be standing here inside the lakeside tent to welcome you today to celebrate my wife. Please come closer. You see, men, 25 years Silver Jubilee. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. So, as you know, Dr. Gladys has narrated her memoir, Walking with Gorillas, the journey of an African wildlife vet. Hands up. Come on. This 25-year journey of marriage represents passion, resilience, and commitment. Do you agree? Are you with me? You feel me? Okay, good. But I cannot be here without honoring my late mother-in-law, Honorable Mama Rhoda Kalema. May she rest in peace, power, and glory. As we all know, a mother of parliament and the women's rights movement, not only in Uganda, but the region. Applause. I will not go back in time, but I will just say one thing. To be honored as a CNN Hero of the Year is not a joke. Do you agree? Do you understand? Okay, good. So let's do like this. I'm going to give some accolades and appreciation in no particular order. Okay? You ready? Okay. You know, there's so many people that have made today's event possible, right? I want to acknowledge in this room, Madame Kiza. Where are you at? I don't see you. Madame Kiza and your team. And I would like to ask the Conservation Through Public Health board members in this room to stand up, led by our chairperson, Mrs. Winnie. And I can see Madame Judy. I can see beforehand we had Madame Edith and Mr. Innocent. Please stand up for recognition. These are the people. Would you like to come up front? Why not? Come on. It's all night. I'm almost done. Jackie Asimwe, maybe you stepped out. Please come up front. Tenda can help him out. Okay. So, what can I say? 25 years marriage, 23 years old organization and companies that we've been running, bootstrapping him from day one. Our son Tendo, who's here with me, who spoke earlier. Unfortunately, his older brother, Indigo, is not here with us. He's traveled on a mission to become Uganda's next Real Madrid soccer player, or better. And Tendo's holding his book. It won the Moonbeam Children's Award. I encourage everybody to go and visit the Uganda Wildlife Conservation Education Center in Entebbe. Become a zookeeper. And I want to represent and appreciate Dr. James. You wrote something here. I am taking people's time, but Dr. James, you're here tonight. So give me the honor to reflect on your statement of endorsement. Ready? Congratulations, Indigo, upon this great milestone of putting wild animal facts together for conservation education. I invite as many readers as possible to benefit from your practical experience presented in this book. Dr. James continues to say, thank you very much for inspiring other people, young and old, to undertake practical experiences and to present them in such a logical and coherent manner. I endorse this book, Dr. James Mushinguzi, PhD. I salute you. And so now we're going to go into the softer side of things. My mom is here. It's coming. My mother, Sarah Ziksoka Dako, I love you. And thank you for joining us in this journey of walking with gorillas. I'm represented here by my brother-in-law, Dr. William Kalema, my sister-in-law, Dr. Veronica Kalema. I can see as well Auntie Sanyu, who's on my right side. Juko was here. Why didn't you come up?
Juko?
And of course, Tata Sera. Juko, you're hiding, man. But now, finally, let's close this up so we can cut the cake. Waiting for Juko. So, Uganda Wildlife Authority, Uganda Tourism Board, who we work closely with. Last but not least, is there a team here from Team Gorilla? If you're around, please come to the podium. Is there a team here from Team Gorilla? Please come up for recognition. Because Team Gorilla, where are you? Everybody who supports the mechanics of this operation, where are you? Chicho Oliwa, Dr. Allen Jangu. Huh? Brenda, where are you? Team Gorilla, where are you? Jacinta. I want to see my team on stage. This is the only time that there'll be the first Audible book launch in Uganda. If you represent the brand, please come up. I don't see anybody yet. Everybody that works on Team Gorilla, please come up for recognition. Okay? So, you know, they say behind, no, I will not say that. I'll say we thank Team Gorilla, which includes conservation through public health. Our website is ctph.org. And if you're also interested, we represent Gorilla Conservation Coffee, and this is the product. Thank you, UTB, for having us on your logo, on your packaging. We have 3 cafes in Uganda, starting with Pickup Point in Tebe, stopover in Queen Elizabeth National Park at Queen's Pavilion, and come and stay with us at Gorilla Conservation Camp in Bwindi, Northern Sector. So finally, and this is the last statement, we really appreciate all the hard work that has gone into helping to promote this first Audible book launch in Uganda. Clap your hands. And in so doing so, we're raising awareness about the plight of mountain gorillas and other wildlife and the importance of documenting our experiences and thoughts into books. I'm not a representative of MTN, but I spent 20 years in telecom. If you want to download our ringtone, it's called Team Gorilla. Simply dial and send a message. And we want to appreciate Gasuza Luanga, who created this song. The caller tune is 006 573 and send it to 170. I encourage you to do that tonight. The caller tune is 006 573 and send that to 170 to hear Team Gorilla's song. Hey mama ma hey. Dr. Gladys, you had a comment? Okay, so thank you everyone. We want to also recognize the Stone Age team in production. Davison, and your crew. You want to come up here? Because the last speech is from Dr. Gladys. I've spoken too much. Anyone else? Okay, so all the partners, sponsors, people behind the scenes thinking about tonight's event, and all of you who've shown up tonight from all over the world. Shukran Habibi, tout le monde, bonne soirée. MC?
Yes. Where is the Sheraton team here, please? Sheraton team, I need help. Ah, there they are. So we are coming to the grand finale. There is someone that came a bit late, but she had a good reason for that, and I understand she knows very well Dr. Gladys. It's Eve Zalwango, the head of the American Chamber of Commerce in Uganda. Thank you for coming, Eve. So we had a beautiful journey all together, and most of all, we were here celebrating. And I would say that we were making a promise to support you, Dr. Gladys, and the future generation, whatever we can do for the conservation of the gorillas and, of course, of other species, and to support the tourism in Uganda, because this is a pillar of our economy, and we must work all the different sectors together. So I'm so happy to see that we were very well represented by different activities in tourism, and let's continue, because that's the way to go. So thank you very much for all of you. Now we are going to cut the cake. So guys, please bring the cake here on stage. And I'm going to invite the hero of CNN, Dr. Gladys. Now is the official moment. We are celebrating your nomination. So our pastry chefs, they tried their best to reproduce a gorilla. I think they didn't do a bad job, huh? I'm proud of my chefs. So I would like to invite with Dr. Gladys, of course, Lawrence, Tendo, their son. Tendo, where are you? And we could invite also Juliana. We could invite, where is she? Yogi? Yogi, where are you? Lily? Ah, Yogi is here. Lily, please. Madame Cantu, please. Please come. She likes that we insist every time to. Zongo, please come. Dr. Muzinguzi, please. UWA, come join us for the cake cutting. Any of the representatives of the entities here present, please join us on stage. Docas Rukundo, she left. Docas, are you here? Did I forget anyone? Madam from CTPH, the chairman, yes, please. Winnie Lawoko. I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, we have the representative of Auto. Please. Matilda. I am representing here Yehoah. I'm representing also the Skol Club International. You know all about Skol, huh? Alia, yes. And the Buganda Kingdom. Talia is here. Buganda Kingdom. And the sponsors. So Total, a representative of Total, please. Are you still here? Tendo, Madam Kiza, you don't want to come here? Madam Kiza? Where is the young Tendo? Matilda, she's here. You called him? I believe we are almost ready for the cake cutting. So MC, who is doing the countdown? The countdown comes from there. Okay. Ah, Tendo, everyone is looking for you. The whole world is looking. Okay, we are ready now. Now we have the MC, we'll do the countdown. Thank you so much, Raymond.
All right. So we're going to all jointly count them down from 5 to 4. Wait, who has the knife? Guys, the knife. All right. So we're ready to go. We are ready. There's actually a beautiful picture of Dr. Gladys cutting a gorilla. On 5, on 4, on 3, 2, 1, 0. All right. All right. The photography teams, are you done? All right. I'll ask everyone to leave the stage for Dr. Gladys. And now's the final moment for Dr. Gladys to give us her remarks and also see us off for the day.
What should I say? Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. I'd like to thank you all so much for coming today to celebrate the launching of my audiobook. I can't thank you enough. I have to say, Mr. JP really pushed it, even when we were thinking of giving up. You really kept saying, now we have to do it. And you mentioned it at the UTA Awards, and everything just had to keep going. Thank you for your determination. It's really made this possible. Thank you so much. It was very hard cutting my patients. Normally I'm stitching them up, but but this cake is really, really looks like a gorilla, and I think we want to thank you for really putting gorillas up there. And your team from QG Group, the Zongo, is really going to raise money for conservation and our work. Thank you so much. I want to thank Stone Age Pictures. Davidson, please come up. They are the reason we have this audio book. They sat with me hours and hours and hours recording. We took maybe 3 times as long because I'm very busy. And I really want to thank you, Davidson, for that. We did mention there were many platforms. Could you mention the others? You and your team, Sozi, the sound engineer. Unfortunately, he's gone for the Rwenzori Marathon. Vincent, all of you, thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. And good evening to all the guests, protocol observed. First off, I thank you, Doctor, for the opportunity to work with you on this, one of the pillars of our country, and being able to contribute to that is an honor for our company. Meeting from 2021 and working with Indigo and Tendo on Engine, the show, and we didn't know that it will build up to this. Working with Doctor was amazing because we spent a whole year to make this book. Yes, she's very busy, and but she still made the time. She still made the time. Coming off a plane gives you a week and then off to another country. And all in all, we managed to put together 9 beautiful hours of that journey. The book is on international platforms. That is Audible. That's one. That's on Amazon. But as well, we got other platforms that are accessible. That is because this is a book that we saw deserves to be listened to by the whole world. So we made sure that the book is on, yes, thank you. So we have platforms like Kobo, even Walmart. You can be able to get this book on Walmart. You can get it on Avad, Chips, Books A Million, Google Play. We have Hoopla. We have Nobles and Barnes. At the same time, also have Storytels. So those are some of them, but we have more platforms coming on. And one of the things that we request is once you listen to the book, or even when you read it, share your remarks, post them. That also helps in promoting the book. thank you so much, and I'm humbled to be here. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you so much, Davidson. And I would love to thank the sponsors. There have been so many sponsors for this event. You've really come through, all of you. Uganda Tourism Board, thank you so much. Yeah. You're really, it's been a journey, and we will continue to work very closely together. Thank you, Juliana, and your team. Actually, we were supposed to do it last year, around August. Then my mom passed on, and of course we couldn't do it. May she rest in peace. But she wrote a book, My Life is Butter Weaving, and very beautiful book. So there's a few copies on sale here, and I would love you to also, that's actually the beginning. There's so much history there about Uganda, and it's a very wonderful story. And I want to thank all the many sponsors. Classic Africa, I don't know if they're still here. I know they had to leave early. Sheraton Hotel, Volcano Safaris, you've always been there. And actually Volcano has put up a center at Bwindi featuring CTPH as well. So when you go there, it's going to be open later in the year. It was postponed because of Ebola outbreak, but it's there now. And thank you, Praveen, Kevin, Rich, all of you, thank you. Great Lake Safaris. I know the founder is in Kasese, but he sent his greetings through his team, Amos Wekesa. Stone Age Pictures, we thanked you. Uganda Wildlife Authority is actually the parent of CTPH still. That's where it all began. Total Energies, thanking you so much. You supported us on the last book launch as well. We want to thank Chimpanzee Trust. Thank you so much. Recently we were doing health checks on the chimps, and one of our vets was there for some time. It was nice to reconnect with Kalema, the chimp that was named after me because I rescued him. Keep up the great work, Chimpanzee Trust. Lily used to head it, now it's Dr. Joshua. And thanking BMCT, thank you for that beautiful award. BMCT was the first, has been there as long as UA, even longer than UA, but it was set up to improve the livelihoods of the communities. And Wilbur and his team are doing a wonderful job. Kazinga Tours, you're always there for us. Thank you so much. Gorilla and Walking Safaris, we've enjoyed hosting you at our camp. Thank you very much. And I can't go without thanking our CTPH team, Gorilla Conservation Camp. We have the best view of Bwindi Forest. Please stay there when you come. Very affordable. And Gorilla Conservation Coffee. I want to thank all my family. They've been with me from the very beginning. Some have been up to see the gorillas, like my brother. William went up like 3 times, I think, to see the gorillas. And then my sister Nachi, who I took to see the gorillas, she almost didn't make it, but she did. But after I took Nachi to see the gorillas, before I took my mother to see them, and Mama saw them quickly, and Nachi said, it's not fair. I asked the gorillas to come closer for Mama, but not for her. But it's actually not possible. So it's something that everybody can do, everyone can do and should do. I'm thanking so many people and stakeholders who are here today. My mother-in-law is yet to see the gorillas, but my father-in-law came and saw them when the Queen of Buganda, the Navagereka, launched CTPH programs in 2005. Really, I want to thank the EU ambassador. He's always there for us. The British High Commission, unfortunately, was supposed to be here, but they had a problem. Some emergency came up and she couldn't come. But we want to thank the diplomatic community. They've always been there for us. The French government have also funded our work. And we want to, and the US government as well. Last time it was the US ambassador, Natalie Brown, who launched the book. But I don't know how many people I can thank, but all of you here, a very, very, very big thank you. Glad to see a fellow Nat Geo explorer, Badru, here as well. Badru Mugera. He's won awards too from Nat Geo and other organizations. But Indianapolis Prize. Thank you all so much for being such a great support. We are moving far in conservation, and we shouldn't stop moving. And I think Uganda is being seen as a leader in conservation and tourism. and especially responsible tourism. So I invite you all, spread the word about Walking with Gorillas Audible, get people to listen to it, support the CNN heroes, spread the word, get people to donate. And there's going to be a time when people have to vote. And the hero, I think there's about 5 heroes. I'm not sure how many we are. They're going to bring them out. But the people who get the most votes are likely to be the CNN Hero of the Year. So we want you to call upon people to vote so that Uganda's up there. Chiza, we couldn't have done this without you. Thank you so much. You and your team and the legacy team as well, who you worked with. What did you say? Yes, and Tendo and your friends, Indigo. And actually, Tendo is the one who came up with the idea of the headphones, and that's why they're here today. Yes, when he was in the recordings and listening to the recordings, he said, why don't we have headphones, a silent disco for the book launch? So thanking you all. Indigo sends greetings from Spain, and I'm so glad my brother William could be here to celebrate this with us. Yes. And I know that tourism is represented by Madame Doreen's husband, Frank. So Ministry of Tourism is also here. By default. Thank you all very much. Joanne, you're always at our events. Cheerleader from the UA days. Thank you all so much. Did you want us to play Team Gorilla? Yes. So as I'm getting down from stage and you're going to get the cake, Team Gorilla is going to play. Have you got it organized? And Raymond, you've been an excellent MC. I know you were the one for the 2023.
Team Gorilla. Team Gorilla.
All right, guys, stand up. We're going to sing a song, Team Gorilla. That's why we're here. Saving one gorilla. Come on.
Team Gorilla.
Wave your hands in the air like you just don't care. Come on. Saving one gorilla.
If you care, you can help.
Come on.
You're just like us. Same DNA.
Saving one gorilla can make a difference. It's a mountain gorilla. We got to protect them. Saving one gorilla can make a difference.
Protect the mountain gorillas.
You got to protect them.
They face extinction,
Habitat shrinking.
have a heart, a little conviction. Come on, Tendo.
I see all the poaching on the land you encroaching. Have a heart. Saving one gorilla can make a difference.
It's the mountain gorillas. You've got to protect them.
Saving one gorilla can make a difference. Come on. Protect the mountain gorilla. Are you ready?
Make a
This is from Gosuza. I think he was a friend. So why did you kill him? Why did you spear him? I boss a silverback. Rest in peace, Ralph. The killing has to see. They got hands like you, feet like you.
They're just like saving one gorilla
can make a difference. It's our mountain gorillas. You've got to protect them. Saving one gorilla can make a difference. Protect the mountain gorillas. You've got to protect them.
Gorillas are herbivores. They're generally passive animals.
Get ready.
But the silverback will defend its truth if
Ready?
threatened.
Huh.
Beating on my chest like a silverback.
Huh. Beating on my chest like a silverback. Huh. Beating on my chest like a what?
Wow. Thank you all so much, and a big thank you to our donors at CTPH who've made all this possible from all over the world. international donors, local donors, and all partners. Thank you all so much. And let's keep saving gorillas. Yay! Everything is interlinked and interconnected. So when you improve the health of the humans, you can also improve the health of the animals. When you improve the health of the animals, you can also improve the health of the humans. I'm Dr. Gladys Kalema-Ziksoka, founder and CEO of Conservation Through Public Health. I've been working with gorillas for 25 years. Back in the 1990s, it was not common to have vets working with wildlife. These animals are so affected by humans that you can no longer just leave them to be there for natural selection. You really need to have veterinarians. I became the first full-time wildlife vet in Uganda. I discovered that people were making gorillas sick. Gorillas lost their hair and started developing white scaly skin. It really did look like scabies. We started to really suspect that it came from humans, and that's exactly what happened. When I became a vet, I thought I should only focus on wildlife. But having seen that the gorillas are getting sick from people, I realized I also have to start caring about the people. The One Health approach addresses the health of humans, animals,